her ninth AGDA national show. She has worked with several different breeds of dairy goats since beginning with Toggenburgs under the Dairy Delight herd name in 1983. She currently enjoys breeding La Manchas and Sables under the herd name Mintleaf. Julie is a District 4 director, previous member of the executive committee, current co-chair of the Judges Training and Licensing Committee, and is a life member of the American Dairy Goat Association. Julie appreciates the talent and effort involved in breeding and exhibiting dairy goats at the national level and looks forward to judging the beautiful dairy goats at the 2025 National Show. Let's give Julie a round of applause. Our consulting judge this morning is Ben Rupkis. Ben comes from Northern California, where his wife Rebecca breeds Alpine with his wife Rebecca. They breed Alpines, La Manchas, Sonnens, and Toggenburgs under the prefixes Barley and Starlet Lace. Currently, professionally, Ben manages the UC Davis Department of Animal Science Goat Teaching and Research Facility. Prior to working at UC Davis, he managed 2 private dairies on the West Coast. In addition to being an AGDA licensed judge, he is also a District 8 director and former linear appraiser. In all walks of life, Ben is enthusiastic about dairy goat education and the improvement of the dairy goat industry through progressive breeding and management. He is excited and honored to have the opportunity to judge some of the country's best animals at the 2025 AGDA National Show. Let's give Ben a round of applause.
Good morning. We have a beautiful class of Alpine milking yearlings to start our senior doe show at the 2025 ADGA National Show. And our udder placings here in the milking yearling class are going to be 2, 1, and then 4. And the second doe is first udder. She has a slight advantage in the udder floor and teats over the first doe, but particularly the teats, just the shape and the placement is slightly more correct. Just a little bit more capacity in the 4 udder today than I see in 1. And then 1 over 4 in mammary system. It's just a little higher up into the rear udder, feels a little higher up in there, a little softer in the texture today, but lovely mammaries on all 3 of these does. And then 1 over 2 in the class for advantages in general appearance. She has a longer bone pattern. She's more correct in her loin and rump as she moves out, walking out a little more level and graceful than the second place doe. She will grant slightly in the forelegs to 2, who tracks more correctly straightforward with her forelegs. Then 2 over 3 for the advantages in mammary system. She has a longer, wider, more capacious forudder, greater width to the rear udder, just more overall attachment and apparent capacity today. And then a slight advantage in body capacity and spring of rib over this third doe. The third doe over the fourth doe. Advantage in general appearance, just a longer bone pattern doe. Again, advantage in dairy strength as well. She's longer and leaner in her neck, more feminine about her head, just a flatter bone, cleaner kind of doe throughout. But a beautiful mammary system here on 4, placing over 5 for the strengths and length and width and capacity of forudder, width to the rear udder. She's slightly more correct in her teats, and she has the advantage in body capacity as well, being wider and stronger throughout than 5. And 5 over 6, advantage in mammary system and shape of mammary system when viewed from the side and from the rear, just a larger area of attachment with more capacity, a doe with a little bit more strength throughout as well over 6. And then 6 over 7 in her turn, an advantage in mammary system, just sits more correctly beneath the doe when she travels around it, the way it's positioned under the doe, a little bit more body capacity as well. She has more spring of rib and depth of barrel, but lovely long bone pattern on 7, placing over 8 for the greater length of top line through the loin and rump, and then in dairy strength as well. She's longer neck, just a more dairy appearing profile in this doe than I see in 8. 8 placing over 9, an advantage in mammary system and shape of mammary system when viewed from the side and from the rear, a little bit more capacity today, and then she's stronger in general appearance in her feet and legs, and then slightly in her front end assembly as well, and she has more extension to her brisket. Then 9 placing over 10 for strength in mammary system, just a little more security to the attachments, a little bit more capacity in the forudder. She's a more smoothly blended doe throughout, but I love the dairy frame and the flatness of bone on the 10th place doe, placing over 11 for those reasons. She's just sharper at the withers, just a flatter bone kind of little more dairy style doe than I see in 11. 11 over 12 for strengths in mammary system. The teats are more correct in their size and shape. And she has the advantage in general appearance as well and strength of top line and loin and rump. And then 12 over 13, advantage in mammary system, just more apparent capacity here today in relation to the size of the doe with more width to the mammary system, more width and capacity in the forudder. 13 over 14, a doe who's stronger in general appearance, particularly in her smoothness of blending throughout, her natural strength of top line through the loin and rump. 14 over 15, an advantage in body capacity, a wider, stronger doe with more strength and substance of bone. Mammary system's more correct in the shape to the forudder, the shape and placement of the teats. And then 15 over 16, an advantage in capacity in both the body and the mammary system today. 16's a lovely doe in her general appearance and a correctly shaped mammary system, just not quite as capacious as the does in front of her today, but placing over 17, showing a slightly more correct shape to the mammary system, a little more strength in general appearance and top line. 17 over 18, a more correctly shaped mammary system in the forudder in the way that it blends into the body. It's more secure in a doe with a stronger top line, especially in the rump. 18 over 19, just a stronger doe, more strength and substance throughout, more correct feet and legs, especially in the rear leg and the angulation from hock to pastern and the width between the hocks as she travels, and then more body capacity as well. And a less mature kind of doe in 19, placing over 20, just showing a slight advantage again in mammary system, in height of rear udder. It's a little more securely attached, but I really appreciate the capacity in the mammary system on the 20th place doe. Hardworking doe. She's stronger in her feet and legs than the doe at the beginning of what was our third line here, and that's primarily the reason why she's in the third line. Just not quite as strong as I'd like to see for a yearling here, but also on the 20th place doe, a little bit more strength of the shape of mammary system when viewed from the rear, and then she's placing over 22 for her body style, a really dairy angular body style in this doe. She's longer, deeper, and wider than the doe behind her, and then she's placing over the third doe in that line, much more capacity in the mammary system, more length in the forudder, and then she's placing over this doe, showing an advantage in general appearance with more smoothness of blending throughout, a more correct top line. Appreciate the flatness of bone and feminine appearance of the 24th place doe.
And Walton Webcasting. Our platinum sponsors are the Australian Alpine Project, Ice Acres Dairy Goats, ScanX Ultrasound. Our gold sponsors are Agape's Prize Nigerian Dwarves, Caprolite, Caprine Supply, and Seidel. Our silver level sponsors are Reproduction Specialty Group and All We Need Farms, Stacy and Jay Roussel. Our bronze level sponsors are Bright Veterinary Clinic, the New York State Dairy Goats Breeders Association, Mix 6 Family Farm, and our friends of the show today are Eileen's Rascals Farm and Catwalk Farm. Let's show our appreciations to our sponsors. Also, as Jonathan is writing a note, but I'm reading his mind right now, the Nebraska State Host Group would really like to say thank you to all of those who have sponsored our hospitality room this week. It has been a lovely, lovely, lovely addition to this national show. And they have been just so wonderful up there, providing snacks, water, a great viewing area for our national show. And so we'd like to say thank you to those who have helped man the hospitality booth, have helped sponsor the donations to help support the hospitality booth. And today, the Colorado Dairy Goat Association and the Wyoming Dairy Goat Association is responsible for that space. And we've also had our friends from Nebraska, Iowa and Indiana as hosts as well. So if you see anyone representing those dairy goat associations, please tell them thank you. Our 2 minutes in the Alpine ring has now closed, so the class is closed for our ring steward. Would the following individuals please bring their Alpines to the show ring? Chris Owens, Zoe Turner, and Parker Neighbor. Thank you. Also, as we are underway this morning, I'd like to point out across towards the beef barn, there are some very lovely state raffle baskets. We also have some very lovely raffle animals on display here at the 2025 American Dairy Goat Association National Show. We've seen them featured in their respective breed classes, everything from a Alpine raffle kid to a Sable raffle kid. And so, if you are interested in purchasing raffle tickets, the raffle helps fund the national show as well. There's a kiosk in the vendor area that you can purchase your raffle tickets. Or if you are a viewer at home, you can go to nationalshow.agda.org/raffle/ to purchase your tickets.
really large class of 2-year-olds and a lot of really lovely does here. We are going to go ahead and cut this class, and so we're going to continue to work with the 20 does that are in the front line, and we appreciate you bringing these does in. A lot of productivity, strength and general appearance, a lot of hard work put into these animals to get them here, and we really appreciate you bringing them in for us to evaluate today. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, 2-year-old class.
It was a really beautiful class, just some different types and styles here at the front of the line, so it took a little bit to sort out exactly where I wanted to go, but I'm happy with this. The udder placings are actually 3, 1, and then 2. The third doe, when viewed from the rear, just has so much arch to the rear udder, overall width to the mammary system, the correct shape to the udder floor, and placement of teats on the udder floor. So just in the rear view, we really felt that she excelled there today. So she'll be first udder over this first doe, who does have that tremendously long forudder and the beautiful side profile to the mammary system. Over the second doe, we're just seeing so much more capacity today. So more length of forudder, more overall width and the depth to the mammary system. And so 1/2 then for the mammary system reasons, length and capacity in the forudder, width and depth, overall capacity. She has more body capacity as well. This long, deep, wide doe here at the beginning, more so than we're seeing in the second place doe. And then 2/3 then in general appearance, she's longer frame doe, longer across her top line. She walks out a little more gracefully around her mammary system today with a little more strength than I see in 3, but that mammary system in 3/4, the width of rear udder, just overall capacity and attachment to the mammary system, and strengths and dairy strength there as well. She's more feminine, sharper udder withers, and over the fourth place doe. And then 4/5, a stronger bone doe. She has more strength and substance and walks out more gracefully around the ring, walks a little more easily around her mammary system, and has a mammary system that's just a little more correct in the shape of the udder floor with a softer texture today than I see in 5. And then 5/6, for strength and mammary system, just more capacity, a little more attachment in the forudder, a little bit more width of mammary system, and the flatness of bone and length of neck on this doe, although is a little stronger, although giving up some in strength to the sixth place doe, who's really powerful and deep and wide, placing over 7 for the extra width and depth and strength throughout, more strength and substance of bone, and mammary system that's wider when viewed from the rear. And then 7/8, an advantage in her turn in mammary system and length and capacity in the forudder, just a little more strength and attachment all the way around, but lovely body style on this 8th place doe, placing over 9 for the length of bone, longer bone pattern, longer top line, a doe who's a little sounder in feet and legs with more correct angulation to the rear leg and strength of rear pastern, over 9. And then 9/10, mammary system with a little more strength than medial. She's walking around it a little more easily today, but the 10th doe, we really like the productivity that we're seeing, the depth of body, and the balance of capacity in the body and the mammary system in 10/11. Just for the larger area of attachment, more capacity, more length in the forudder. 11/12, a stronger doe in general appearance in her feet and legs and the angulation to the rear leg. Shorter, stronger rear pastern than I see in 12, and a little more strength of top line as well. And then 12/13, excelling in mammary system when viewed from the rear. She has greater width of rear udder, a little bit more capacity and length in the forudder, and then a doe showing more body capacity, really deep, powerful doe in 12. Then over 13, 13/14, a mammary system that's more correct and wide when viewed from the rear. She has more depth, the mammary system, and she's a deeper, longer, wider doe than 14. Then 14/15, a little more correctness and shape of mammary system, just a little bit more correct udder floor that I see in 15. 15/16, advantage in her turn in mammary system and length and capacity in the forudder. The teats are a little more correct in size and shape. 16/17 for body capacity, a more powerful, deep, wide doe, a little more capacity in both the body and the mammary system overall. But 17/18 for strength and mammary system, again showing more length and capacity in the forudder, more overall capacity, and a doe who's a little bit sounder today in feet and legs. But 18, just a really stylish doe in her general appearance, placing over 19, being more smoothly blended throughout, more naturally correct in her top line, and she has more depth of body. And then 19/20, an advantage in mammary system. She's stronger in the medial suspensory ligament, fuller up into the rear udder, granting some in body capacity to 20, which she really excels in. Really appreciated the length and width and depth of this doe.
Now in the ring, we have both Nubian 3-year-olds and Alpine 3-year-olds. Again, if you have not checked in with your ring stewards, you should have already done so. I'll be announcing the results of the 2-year-old milker class for our Nubians today. In first, Our first place animal was entry 110, Ed Jadlowski with Kickapoo Valley Surreal Moment. Second place goes to entry 305, Shining Moon Sachet, exhibited by Mickey Colfax. That is your first udder in that class. Our third place animal is entry 472, Harmony Alpines with Harmony NSLW, Leora's Annalise. Our fourth place is entry 306, exhibited by Mickey Colfax with Shining Moon Sublime. Our fifth place animal, exhibited by Cameron Jadlowski, entry 150, Kickapoo Valley, Savor the Moment. Our sixth place animal is entry 475, exhibited by Harmony Alpines, with Harmony HAF Sequels Prelude. In seventh place, we have entry 243, exhibited by Jennifer Bice, with Redwood Hills Mondo Rose. In eighth place, we have entry 307, exhibited by Mickey Colfax, Shining Moon, Oh Snap. In ninth place, entry number 2773, exhibited by Emily Thompson, Caracalla Rules Amber Ness. Our 10th place animal today is entry 304, Shining Moon Scandal, exhibited by Mickey Colfax. In 11th place, we have entry 1338, Van Wyck Acres, with Van Wyck Acres RN Smoky Quartz. Our 12th place animal is entry 109, exhibited by Ed Jadlowski with Kickapoo Valley's Heavenly Smile. And 13th place, we have entry number 1921 with exhibitor Carrie Post with Post Exotics PW Spinning Wheel. In 14th, we have entry 4516, also our first place youth, exhibited by Kamala Dixon with Kraus Farms Whoops-a-Daisy. In 15th place, we have entry 3460, exhibited by Zoe Turner. The animal is Pink Acres LMA. That is also our second place youth. Our 16th place animal is entry number 432, exhibited by Craig Copeman, Pleasant Grove Mudslide. In 17th place, we have entry 433, exhibited by Craig Copeman, Pleasant Grove SSO My Time. In 18th place,
Okay, these are 3-year-olds, and again,
here shortly. All right, Nubian exhibitors. Our judges have made their cut in their 3-year-old class. So if you have a 4-year-old, please start making your way to the holding area to be checked in. Again, the 4-year-old Nubians are on deck. Our Alpine judges are making their cut right now. So please be aware if you have a Nubian 4-year-old that you should maybe start heading towards the ring as well. Alpine, my apologies, Alpine. Our Alpine results for our 2-year-old milkers are as follows. Our first place animal and second place udder is entry 474, Harmony Alpines, with Harmony OCT Encore's Ovation. Our second place animal is entry 111, Ed Jadlowski, with Kickapoo Valley Heavenly Revolution. Our third place animal is entry 308, exhibited by Mickey Colfax, with Shining Moon Roxy, and that was your first udder in the class. Our fourth place animal, entry 309, is from Mickey Colfax with Shining Moon Roulette. Our fifth place animal is entry 244, exhibited by Jennifer Bice with Redwood Hills Nadal Siciliana. In sixth place, we have entry 1675, exhibited by Mark Baden with Olentangy Rochester Teep.
Okay, this will be the cut in our Alpine 3-year-old milker class. And again, a really beautiful class, a lot of quality in here, hardworking does. I have, I think, 21 there in the front line. I found an extra one that I wanted to really keep. And so I think we have 21 up there, but I really appreciate you bringing all these does in. And thank you so much. And you can get ready for your next class. And we'll continue to work with the 20 in the line. Thank you so much.
Yep. All right, back to our Alpine 2-year-old results. Our 7th place doe is entry 434, Craig Copeman with Rustler. Our 8th place animal is entry 3243, Hope Hitch with Shady Lawns, AR Tallahassee. Our 9th place animal is entry 4363, exhibited by Will Bachmeyer with Kottke Valley, OMT Frosty. Our 10th place animal is entry 310, Mickey Colfax with Tempo Aquila Prudence. In 11th is entry 2039, Garrett Morse with Morse G. Mavosakis. Our 12th place animal is entry 149, Cameron Jedlowski with Kickapoo Valley, O Revelation. In 13th, we have entry 2776, Emily Thompson with Caracol, Whimsical Arula. In 14th place, we have entry 4293, Emma Camps with Caracol's Vix Astoria. In 15th, we have entry 1674, Mark Baden with Olentangy Master Tell. In 16th, we have entry 4898, Levi Campbell with Panaceas, Just Give Me a Reason. In 17th place, we have entry 1909 or 1309, Mackenzie Hill with Shady Lawn, Iron Chapel. She is also our first place youth this morning. In 18th, we have entry 2775, Emily Thompson with Caracol's Vix Acabella. In 19th, we have entry 1549, Alexandria Stewart with champion Rose Wins, Livingston. In 20th place, we have entry 4376, Will Bachmeyer with Kottke Valley's OMT Chinook. And that is our second place youth this morning. Let's give our exhibitors and goats a round of applause. In our Nubian ring, our judges are making their final select.
Okay, a beautiful class of Alpine 3-year-olds. We had a lot of sorting here again, as in the other classes that we've had. We just have some different types and styles and strengths in different goats. And so the first doe pulls it together, but the udder placing is 3, 1, and 2. And starting with the third doe as first udder, when viewed from the rear, the height and fullness of rear udder, the arch to the mammary system, she appears to be carrying more capacity today. She has more length in the foreudder. The teats are slightly more correct. And so the third doe is first udder. The first doe is second udder over the second doe, who's the third udder, just carrying more capacity again, a little bit more width that I see in the mammary system on the second doe, who's third udder. And then one in the class today, there's just more length, width, and depth here all the way around. More capacity in the body, more capacity in the mammary system, a more powerful doe, particularly more width throughout and within the mammary system. And then 2 over 3 is a general appearance placing. As she moves out, she just maintains her levelness, walks more easily around her mammary system, and just shows a little bit more strength throughout in general appearance. The second doe just extremely well put together. And then 3 over 4 for both the mammary system and dairy strength, length and capacity in the foreudder, width to the rear udder, overall capacity, depth of mammary system. And then the dairy strength, she's more feminine, longer in her neck and sharper at her withers. We move this fourth place doe up, just a really sound mammary system on this doe, more so in the details of the mammary system than we have in 5. When you look at the shape of the rear udder, the placement of teats on the udder floor, not quite as capacious, but a little more correct. And then in general appearance, she's just a little sounder in her feet and legs, traveling out a little bit more gracefully than we saw in 5. Tremendously long, deep, wide doe in 5, placing over 6 for the length, width, and depth that she's showing. A slight advantage in the mammary system, in the placement of teats on the udder floor, a little bit more a little different shape to the foreudder. It sits beneath the doe just a little more comfortably for her to walk around than I see in 6. Really appreciate the strength and general appearance on 6 over 7. For strength in feet and legs, she's just much more correct in the angulation to the rear legs. She's stronger in the rear pasterns. She has a little more strength of bone. And then depth of body as well, more spring of rib and depth of barrel than 7. 7 over 8, just a longer profile on this doe, length across the top line, length of neck, just length everywhere, a little more flatness of bone and a little cleaner, more open doe. And then 8 placing over 9. This 9th doe is milking on an aborted lactation, so not showing the capacity that we saw on does farther up the line. The 8th doe over her today, just for the capacity in the mammary system, the bloom of mammary system, a little more depth farther back into the barrel today as well. Lovely general appearance on 9 and length of frame, flatness of bone. She has more body capacity. She's a longer, deeper, wider doe than 10. 10 over 11, just a doe that's excelling in her dairy strength and femininity about the head, length of neck, sharpness at the withers, more feminine kind of doe. And in mammary system, a little more correct in height of rear udder, 11 over 12. In her turn for body capacity, just a longer, wider, more powerful doe, a little bit more depth, a little bit more capacity in the mammary system today. When viewed from the rear, it's a wider udder. And then 12 over 13 for strength in mammary system, showing a little bit more area of attachment with more capacity in the foreudder, and a doe who's longer across her top line. And then 13 over 14, more correct in shape of mammary system when viewed from the rear, and the shape to the udder floor, the overall shape of rear udder, slight advantage in dairy strength as well over 14. 14 over 15, just a little more fullness to the mammary system today up into the rear udder, a doe who's stronger in her feet and legs and the angulation of rear leg from hock to pastern, more strength of rear pastern. And then 15 over 16 for her, just the body style, just a longer frame doe here, a little bit more dairiness, a little more levelness all the way through in general appearance. And then 16 over 17 for her dairy strength. She's longer in the neck, more feminine about her head, a flatter bone doe, and in general appearance, just showing a longer bone pattern. We have in 17 over 18 for her width and depth throughout, much more body capacity. The 17th doe, real stylish and also correct in her feet and legs, more so than I see in 18 over 19. an advantage in body capacity, showing a little bit more depth farther back into the barrel, more length across her top line. The 19th doe over the 20th doe. For strength and mammary system, it's higher and fuller in the rear udder, more correct in shape when viewed from the side. And then 20 over 21, an advantage in body capacity. She's a deeper doe and carrying more capacity in the mammary system as well. Did keep the 21st place doe in, and I see that she is our first place youth. And so congratulations on that. And I'm so happy that you're in here. Let's give her a round of applause. And a beautiful doe in her feet and legs, her strength of top line, and smoothness of blending throughout. Thank you.
Four-year-old Alpines, we are now entering the ring. Four-year-old Alpines now entering the ring. You should be ringside.
Seidel will be leaving at 6 p.m. tonight. They are located at the west end of the show ring by the livestock office. If you need something, please pick it up today. Again, Seidel is leaving at 6 p.m. tonight. If you purchase something or need something, please pick it up today. Thank you.
Alpine exhibitors, we are beginning working with our first cuts in the 4-year-old class. So 5 and 6-year-old milkers, this is your first call.
the results of our 3-year-old Nubian milker class.
Placings are 3, 1, and then 4. And starting with the third doe as first udder today, she does have greater length and capacity in the foreudder, more width to the mammary system, more overall apparent capacity, and she's more correct in the shape to the teats than the first doe. First doe as second udder over the fourth doe, who's the third udder. She's more smoothly blended up into the rear udder. She has a mammary system that's just sits a little more correctly beneath the doe, and she just walks around it a little more easily today. And so just in the overall shape of the mammary system and the way that it sits. But then our first doe in the class, over 2, big advantage here in general appearance, just extremely correct doe in general appearance in 1. She has more length to her frame, overall length of bone pattern. She's stronger in her feet and legs, particularly in all 4 pasterns. A little more correct angulation to the rear leg. It's just really the strength of this first doe, her length and width and depth and power, and then combining that with the mammary system, carrying her over the second doe today, just showing more width of mammary system, a little bit more security of the attachments over 2. Then 2 over 3, a general appearance placing. When she moves out, she's much more correct and level in the top line. She handles her front legs more correctly, tracking more correctly, straightforward. She's more a little flat, tight in the shoulder, and a little more feminine kind of doe today as well, over 3, but tremendous mammary system on 3, placing over 4. For the shape of mammary system when viewed from the side and from the rear, the smoothness of blending of the rear udder up into the body over the fourth doe, and then a slight advantage there in body capacity and depth of barrel. And then 4 over 5 for the advantage in mammary system, more length and capacity in the foreudder, more overall apparent capacity, a little bit more balance and capacity in both the body and the mammary system, and then showing that body capacity depth over 5. 5 over 6, a doe who's excelling in dairy strength and her length of neck, sharpness at the withers, just a little more leaner, more dairy profile on this doe than I see in the 6th place doe, and a mammary system that's a little higher up into the rear udder today. And then 6 over 7, in her turn for mammary system, just carrying a little bit more capacity, more length and capacity in the foreudder, more depth to the mammary system, and a doe with a little more body capacity with more spring of rib than 7. 7 over 8, the 8th and 9th does are milking through, so just keeping that in mind as we're seeing them here today. The 7th doe, just leaner and cleaner throughout her body, carrying a little less fleshing, a little more dairiness and flatness of bone. Certainly appreciate the body style, the strength of top line, the powerful front end, and the feet and legs on this 8th doe, placing over 9 for the strengths in general appearance. As she moves out, she's more correctly level and more correct in feet and legs. And then 9 over 10, showing an advantage in body capacity, just extremely powerful and deep and wide here in 9, with a little more strength and substance of bone than I see in 10. And then 10 over 11 today, just showing a little more flatness of bone and openness, a little more length of bone, and then 11 over 12, an advantage in mammary system. The teats are more correct. She has a little bit more width to her mammary system, a little more depth of body as well than 12. And then 12 over 13, a more powerful kind of doe with more strength and substance of bone. She's wider throughout when viewed from the front and from the rear, and has a mammary system with a little more width. Then 13 over 14, a doe who excels in her femininity. She's more feminine about the head, longer and leaner in the neck, sharper at the withers, so just more dairy strength, although granting some in the strength part to the 14th place doe, who's extremely powerful and deep and wide, placing over the doe behind her for those reasons, the length, width, and depth, and strength of bone. 15 over 16, an advantage in shape of mammary system, advantage in general appearance as well, and strength of top line. She walks out a little higher headed than I see in 16. 16 over 17, they're similar in type, but the 16th place doe has a more correct shape to her udder when viewed from the side, and a little bit more strength of bone. And then 17 over 18, chest teats that are placed more correctly on the udder floor, a little bit more correct in the forelegs as well. 18 over 19 for advantage in dairy strength and length of neck. It's a little more feminine kind of doe about her head, a little sharper at the withers. And then 19 over 20 in her turn for strength and general appearance and strength in feet and legs, angulation to the rear legs, a doe with a longer bone pattern, and then in dairy strength, a longer neck as well. But I really appreciate the strength on this 28th place doe. She has a lot of strength of bone, and she's powerful throughout.
Alpine 5-year-olds, you should be checking in. This is your 2-minute notice. Alpine 5-year-olds, please have your animals ready and to check in with your ring steward this morning. Right now, our judges, it looks like, are making their cut in the Nubian ring. The Nubian 4-year-olds are in the ring right now. So if you have a Nubian 5-year-old, again, you are, after the cut, start bringing your animal up to the holding area. breed. In first place, we have entry 245, exhibited by Jennifer Bice, with Redwood Hills, Nadal Catalina. Second in that class goes to entry 471 from Harmony Alpines, with Harmony OCT Zivas Eliza. In third place, we have entry 312, exhibitor Mickey Colfax with Shining Mood Prada Couture. In fourth place, we have entry 311, exhibited by Mickey Colfax with Shining Moon Psyche Desire. In fifth place, we have entry 473, Harmony Alpines, Harmony OCT Zamara's Hatkava. In sixth place, we have entry 4395, exhibited by Michelle and Kevin Pitzenbarger with Tempo Aquila Brown Paint. In seventh place, we have entry number 246 with exhibitor Jennifer Bice with Redwood Hills Nadal Blessing. In eighth place, we have entry 112, exhibitor Ed Jadlowski with Kickapoo Valley Jive Prestige. In ninth place, entry 114, exhibitor Ed Jadlowski with Kickapoo Valley Jive Frenzy. In 10th place, we have entry 435, exhibited by Craig Coatman with Pleasant Grove MFM Monica. In 11th place, we have entry 2154 with Cody Guther with Post Exotics H.A. Hart. In 12th place, we have entry 1339 Van Wyck Acres with Van Wyck Acres RN Fawn Regal. In 13th today, we have entry 313, Mickey Colfax, with Shining Moon, E.S. Panache. In 14th today, we have entry 1317, exhibited by Drew Baroker, with Huambu, J.R. Pom Pom Pow. In 15th, we have entry 2897, Randy Adamson, with Moran Traveler's Adventure. In 16th, we have entry 4899, Levi Campbell with Panacea's I Love Gypsy Life. In 17th today, we have entry 2070, Casey Prochniak with Cantervine AMM Double Dribble. In 18th, we have entry 617, Parker Neighbors with Pleasant Grove Frame Mojito. In 19th, we have entry 113 at Jadlowski's Kickapoo Valley Mark of Panic. In 20th today, we have Francis Lore with Donwind Mally Lannis. Our first place youth was our 21st place entry, and that was Mackenzie Hill with her goat, Kickapoo Valley Market Phoenix. Let's congratulate our 3-year-old Alpines.
Nubian exhibitors, this is your second call for the 5 and 6-year-old milking class. Again, this is your second call for the 5 and 6-year-old milking class. Alpine exhibitors, this is your first call for the aged doe class. Again, this is your first call for the aged doe class.
These are Alpine 5 and 6 year old milkers. The udder placings are 1, 3, and 4, starting with the first doe for the width and capacity and length of fore udder, width of rear udder. When you view these does from the rear, she has the easy advantage in this class in mammary system. Then the third doe over the fourth doe, really close in the udder placing, just a little bit more depth to the mammary system, a little bit more arch today when we view them from the rear, but they're very close and have very similar mammary systems there in 3 and 4 for the udder placing. Then 1 over 2 in the class. The mammary system placing, it's a big advantage here in capacity, length of fore udder, width of rear udder, just overall appearing more productive and really seeing that when viewed from the side and from the rear. And then doe who's just showing just a little bit more upstandiness, a little bit more high-headed, just a really graceful eye-catching doe there in the first place doe with a lot of style. And then 2 over 3, really the soundness on this second place doe is what's bringing her up there today. She really has the advantage over 3 and the does below her in feet and legs and strength of rear pasterns, angulation to the rear leg. The way that she tracks with her legs is more correct, and she has the advantage in strength as well. Just a more powerful, wider kind of doe with a little bit more strength and substance of bone than I see in 3 and the does below her. And then 3 over 4, closer placing here, slight advantage here in length across the top line, slight advantage in mammary system. A doe who's walking out just a little more sound and graceful today around her mammary system than the fourth place doe, but another lovely mammary system here on 4. She has more length and capacity in the fore udder, more correct shape of mammary system when viewed from the side and from the rear than I have in the fifth place doe. Lovely angular bodies on both of these does. 5 over 6, an advantage in her turn and mammary system when viewed from the rear. Petites are placed more correctly on the udder floor. She has a more correct shape to the floor of the udder and more width and fullness up into the rear udder. Slight advantage in feet and legs today in the angulation of the rear leg and strength of rear pastern. Bet 5 is granting to 6 in general appearance and strength of top line. Tremendous body on this 6th place doe for her length and depth and angularity. And she has those advantages over 7, just in body style and dairy strength as well, and flatness of bone and openness and angularity. Lovely mammary system on 7, placing over 8. It's a little more balanced today. She has a little bit more strength as well in her general appearance in the feet and legs and the angulation to rear leg and strength of rear pasterns. Lovely body style, though, on 8 for her length of bone, levelness across the top line. In her turn, she's more correct in general appearance, straighter in the forelegs, slightly stronger in the pastern, slightly stronger in the rear legs, just walking around the ring more comfortably today than we have in the 9th place doe. And then 9 over 10, advantage in mammary system, in length of fore udder, shape of mammary system when viewed from the side. The 10th place doe, lovely angular body on this doe, placing over 11 just for that body style, the length, width, and depth, the spring of rib and depth of barrel over this doe, who's a little bit less mature appearing kind of doe for this age, but lovely mammary system on 11, placing over 12. When viewed from the rear, the width and fullness of the rear udder, the overall width all the way down the mammary system and placement of teats is more correct on 11, and a lovely securely attached mammary system there. And then 12 over 13 for strengths and general appearance. She's more correct in feet and legs. She has a little bit more strength and substance throughout, and a more correct top line as she moves out around the ring. 13 over 14, just a wider, more angular doe. She's wider when viewed from the front, from the rear. She has the spring of rib and depth of body over the 14th place doe, and a mammary system that has more width when viewed from the rear. 14 over 15, advantage in dairy strength, in flatness of bone, length of neck, a doe with a longer bone pattern as well, over 15 over 16 for body capacity. She's showing more spring of rib and depth of barrel. She's a wider goat when viewed from the front and from the rear, but a real feminine doe in 16, placing over 17 for the femininity and the dairy strength, the length of neck, longer bone pattern than I see in 17. 17 over 18 in her turn for her dairy strength, slight advantage in the attachment to the mammary system, the 18th doe over the 19th doe, just a more capacious doe in the mammary system, a little harder working doe, the width to the attachments, a little more correct teats as well. But I really appreciate the body style on 19, very correct feet and legs, and a lovely bone pattern on this doe with a lot of femininity and flatness of bone.
Alpine exhibitors, this is your 2-minute call for the age doe class. Again, this is your 2-minute call for the age doe class.
All right, it's time to announce our 4-year-old Nubian milker results. Our 246, Tessa Majuli with GCH, Alder Rose, ADV Queen. In fourth is entry 247, Jennifer Bice with Redwood Hills Legit Beauty. In fifth place, we have entry 1093, Olivia Adams with Caracol Vixaretha. In sixth place, entry 115, Ed Jadlowski with Kickapoo Valley's Jim Nickelback. In seventh, entry 508, Laura Warren Hughes with Maple Wind, MRR, A Little Faith. In eighth today, we have entry 476, Harmony Alpines, Harmony OAA, Zamara's Terza. In ninth, entry 1340, Van Wyck Acres, Vionic. In 10th, we have entry 2780, Emily Thompson with Caracol, Handy Annie. In 11th is entry 2779, Emily Thompson with Caracol, AZ Zuna. In 12th, we have entry 1926, Carrie Post with Tempo Pasa, Free Tapestry. 13th, we have 3343 as the entry number, Logan Berg with the Berg Sky High Nightlight. In 14th, entry 437, Craig Copeman with Pleasant Grove Frame Mainline. In 15th today, we have entry 1550, Alexandria Stewart with Rose Winds, JT Mavis. In 16th, we have entry 3785, Francis Lore with Donwin Shining Susie Q. In 17th, we have entry 509, Laura Warren Hughes with Maple Wind, Dear Theodosia. In 18th, we have entry 510 with Laura Warren Hughes, Maple Wind, Action Sonnet. In 19th, and our first youth is Zoe Turner with entry 4997, IR Ranch RC Indigo. And in 20th, in our 4-year-old class is Ben Prokniak with McCann Farm MGM Nightingale. Ben is our second place youth.
These are Alpine aged does, and the udder placings are 2, 1, and 3, starting with the second doe as first udder, the length of the foreudder, just the overall width and shape of the mammary system, the capacity that she's carrying is superior here to the first doe today, and more correct in the teat as well in the second doe over the first doe. The first doe over the third doe, we just prefer the shape of mammary system when viewed from the side and from the rear. The teats sit a little bit more correctly on the udder, and just a little bit different shape there. And so preferring that here in the first doe over the third doe. Then 1 over 2 in the class, just such a beautiful, angular, deep, long frame on this doe. And it's really that body style combined. The years of productivity on all these does is just fantastic. We're really seeing, the depth and the angularity on this doe, the strength over the top line, and then combining that with the mammary system that she has that really fits well with the body style that she has. So just felt like she was just the right package today up there. But the mammary system on the second doe, the productivity, placing over 3, the length and capacity in the foreudder, again, the way the mammary system kind of sits beneath the doe and the way she walks around it is superior. She has greater depth of body, and she's just a little more dairy and clean and open throughout, but primarily really traveling sounder around the ring today as we watch her walk in 2 over 3. And then 3 over 4, the fourth doe is a 10-year-old. So the younger doe here over the older doe, just showing an advantage when we look at these does just in capacity in both the body and the mammary system, showing a bloomier mammary system, a little bit more width and capacity in the foreudder, more width to the rear udder, a little bit more strength in her turn on her feet and legs. But this doe is 10 years old and a tremendous medial suspensory ligament, height, the rear udder, security of the attachments, combined with beautiful body style in this doe. Really love the depth and power that she has. Placing over 5, who is milking through, but just the years of productivity, the strength in the mammary system in the younger doe over the older doe. The 5 doe here, beautiful shape of mammary system, placing over 6. She's just a little more correct in the details of the mammary system, placement of the teats, the security of the attachments. But she's a much deeper doe, just a more mature appearing doe than the 6th place doe. 6th placing over 7. For strengths in mammary system, she has teats that are more properly delineated. She's a more smoothly blended doe throughout, more correct across the top line in general appearance, and walks out more easily around her mammary system, although granting in capacity of mammary system to 7 over 8 for the capacity of mammary system. Just a more productive appearing doe here with more length in the foreudder, width to the rear udder, a little more correct balance of capacity in the body and the mammary system, and 8 over 9 for strengths and general appearance, a doe who's more smoothly blended throughout. She shows a little bit more width, and then body capacity as well, spring of rib and depth of barrel over 9 over 10, showing an advantage in shape of mammary system, teats that are a little more correct under the udder floor, but similar does in type. The 10th doe over the 11th doe, just an advantage here in general appearance and smoothness of blending throughout, correctness in top line, and 11 over 12, a more securely attached mammary system with greater height, the rear udder, a little more fullness to the mammary system today. But I really appreciate the strength of rear legs and pasterns on the 12th place doe and the flatness of bone that she shows throughout.
All righty, we need all of our first and second place Alpines in the ring for our national champion lineup. The yearling class. In first place was Kickapoo Valley Surreal Moment. Second place, Shining Moon Sachet. The 2-year-olds. First place, Harmony OCT Encore's Ovation. Second place, Kickapoo Valley Heavenly Revolt. From the 3-year-old class, Redwood Hills Nadal Catalina. Second place, Harmony OCT Zivas Eliza. 4-year-old class, McCann Farm MRR Nemesis. Second place was Moran Ladies Secret. From the 5 and 6-year-old class, we have Shining Moon Moxie in first place. And in second place, Pleasant Grove Repaid. And the age dose class, we had in first place, Panacea's A Million Reasons and Harmony Atara's Zamara. It's on.
Okay, we have a nice audience here for our Alpine show, so let's give our Alpine exhibitors a round of applause. Really nice group here, and as you would expect when you bring goats together from different areas of the country, sometimes you have some little bit different types and styles. And so we have that out here today, and I'm going to freely admit that maybe my line doesn't look like my lines usually look, because we said, who's the best goat in this class? Not does she look exactly like the goat in the last class. And so trying to find the best goat every time, and that was one of we were talking about at the beginning of the show, like what are the words of wisdom that someone has given you, when you're going to judge a national show and that kind of thing. And so it was Sheila Nixon that told me, pick the best goat and you'll be right every time. And that just sounds so easy, doesn't it? But we were just having that conversation about which one of these goats is the best goat. And so when you look at the scorecard and you look at the areas of the scorecard and you look at the mammary system and the big point categories and you look at does that have lactations through the mammary system, you look at the body capacity. Is it appropriate? Does it match the rest of the goat? You look at the dairy strength. Is she getting the job done? Is she sound? And so all of that. And so as we look down this line, as I said earlier, they don't all look alike, but they were the best goat in their class. And we're really comfortable with that we feel like we got the right ones up here today. So as we look down the line, we have an 8-year-old 8 freshener at the head of the line. And she really has the body style. She has the frame, the length, the depth of body. You can see the ribbing from here, the openness and the angularity, beautiful mammary system. She was second udder in her class, and we have that with a few of these where they were not first udder in the class, but we felt they were the best package. So giving up a little bit in the feet and legs, but we really feel as we watch her walk around the ring, she does walk comfortably around the ring as an 8-year-old around her mammary system and is still very functional. So very much accepting a little bit of give in the feet and legs in this doe. And then we have our 5 and 6-year-old who's 5 years old, and she really has mammary system. She has the length of fore udder, the width of rear udder, placement of teats on the udder floor. She has body capacity that's appropriate for her size and age and appropriate for the mammary system that she has. It looks balanced. It looks correct. She's strong on her feet and legs, beautiful front end on this doe, a lot of ring presence on this doe and style, flatness of bone, angularity, not carrying any excess fleshing, and getting the job done. And then we have our 4-year-old out here. Beautiful body style on this doe. Strength, depth, width and power, spring of rib and depth of barrel. And then the mammary system, when she walks around, you really see that mammary system, the visibility to the rear udder. You see the width to the attachments, maybe not quite as pretty in the teats, maybe not quite as long in the fore udder as some of the other does, but a mammary system that matches her body and fits well on this doe, and another doe who's getting the job done. And then we have our 3-year-old here who's a second freshener, another big, powerful doe. Really like the width and length and depth on this doe, the strength that she has, the strength and substance of bone. Another mammary system with a lot of width, a lot of, when viewed from the rear, just real visible mammary system that fits well under this doe. And then our 2-year-old, beautiful mammary system on this doe. Love the fore udder, love the body style. She's similar in type to our 8-year-old up here at the head of the line, same kind of goat. Long, level, angular, dairy, open with a beautiful mammary system, a lot of body capacity for a 2-year-old, lots of dairy strength. And then our really pretty milking yearling down here, another long bone doe, long bone pattern, correct in feet and legs, beautiful mammary system, height of rear udder and length of fore udder. And so beautiful doe that will hopefully be standing out here in the future. And so as we look down our line up today, I will say I don't think this was as easy as it is sometimes, because we do have these different types and styles out here. But saying overall and having this discussion, where's the best goat? 5 and 6-year-old. She really has the advantage in the mammary system over the 8-year-old and over the balance of the class. This is the strongest udder in this first line. She has the width to the rear udder, the length of fore udder, the placement of teats on the udder floor. She's sounder in her feet and legs than the older doe. just has the advantage over the 3-year-old and the 4-year-old in mammary system and length and capacity in the foreudder, size and shape to the teats, width to the rear udder, height and fullness to the rear udder, just visibility of the mammary system from the side and from the rear. And we felt it was a little more appropriate with the mammary system productivity in relation to the body size of the doe on this doe, and then comparing her to the 2-year-old and the yearling. We really felt today, obviously, the years of productivity and the number of lactations through this mammary system, that she would be our senior champion. So now we have a little different style of doe in here, and so we have the same situation again. She fits well with our 4-year-old and our 3-year-old. We really had this doe up there today for her strengths in general appearance, the strength of feet and legs, the soundness of the top line, the strength of the front end, and we think that she fits well kind of in the middle of that line, but is a little bit different style than our champion. And so kind of looking for the doe who matches where we went the first time. What's the body style, the length, the depth, the angularity, the number of lactations through the mammary system? That's the 8-year-old here at the head of the line. And we just really felt today that balance of productivity in the mammary system combined with the body, the frame on this doe, the length, width, and depth, and she's getting the job done, and she's going to be our reserve champion.
Okay, so here's our 5 and 6-year-old.
Okay, we have our senior champion and our reserve senior champion, our beautiful junior champion and reserve junior champion out here, and just beautiful animals. I'm really happy to see the body style on all of these does. They're flat boned and dairy and have the right kind of frame on these does, and then beautiful mammary systems here with a lot of years of productivity here at the head of the line. And so we'll obviously stay with our senior champion as our national grand champion and our reserve senior champion as our reserve national grand champion. Thank you and congratulations.
All righty, we will now call our Premier Youth Senior Doe class winners in the ring. I have it. After the pictures of the national and reserve national champion. We will now be bringing in our first place Premier Youth Does. From the yearling class, our first place youth doe was Kraus Farms Whoops-a-Daisy. The 2-year-old class, our first place youth doe is Shady Lawn Iron Chapel. From the 3-year-old class, Kickapoo Valley Market Phoenix. The 4-year-old class, IR Ranch RC Indico. The 5 and 6-year-old class, Harmony OAA Encore's Fanfare. And our aged doe, Kraus Farms Spice.
Okay, these are all of our competitors for senior division, Premier Youth Doe. And so we have an age doe, 5 and 6 year old, 4-year-old, 3, 2, and a milking yearling. So it's really nice to see that we have all of the age groups represented here and beautiful quality in all of these does that have been well cared for. Really appreciate your management participation in this national show and your efforts to bring these does into our embedded youth show today. And so as I look down the line, the doe really stands out to me for her strengths and general appearance, the feet and legs, the front end, the strength of top line, well-shaped mammary system that's correct, and the attachments and placement of teats on the udder floor overall is a 3-year-old here in the center. And she'll be our premier youth doe for the Alpine division. Thank you.
ADGA national champion Alpine Doe goes to Shining Moon Moxie, exhibited by Mickey Colfax. And our reserve national champion at the 2025 national show for Alpines goes to Panacea's A Million Reasons, exhibited by Levi Campbell. Our Alpine Senior Premier Youth Doe goes to the 3-year-old Kickapoo Valley Market Phoenix, exhibited by Mackenzie Hill.
Can you, can you do it?
Is that what you want though?
Where's the list? There should be a list somewhere up here of chickens.
Dairy herd, but yeah. All right. Alpine dairy herds, we are ready for you guys to enter the ring. Again, that is the Alpine dairy herd class. And this will just be a gentle reminder for our Alpine and Nubian exhibitors. The group class order will be dairy herd, best 3 senior does, dam and daughter, and produce of dam. It will go in that order. And at some point in the group classes, there will be a tattoo check. So please make sure your papers are on standby. I would also like to make an announcement that at 1:45 p.m. today, we would like you to join us for our first Spotlight Sale Town Hall of the day for Kenzie's WLM Astoria and Kenzie's FIF Dixie. This town hall will be at 2 o'clock and will take place at the Kenzie Pens located in the north central part of the sheep barn. Again, please join us for that town hall focusing on Kenzie's WLM Astoria and Kenzie's FIF Dixie. Another announcement, I did forget one group class, and that is the senior get class. That class will happen after the best 3 senior does.
So these are our aged does.
Here in our Alpine show and herds deep into this class where we have first place animals and sometimes multiple does that were in our final lineup in the first and second place. So really competitive here today. This first group has our national champion, and the mammary systems in this group are just superior and similar to each other all the way across the group. A lot of strength there. So a consistent set to start with. Some differences here across the group in body styles, a little bit different shapes to the mammary systems, but a lot of quality and a lot of productivity. And overall, I feel I see a little bit more capacity, a little bit more visibility to the mammary system. And then some older does here, especially the doe on the line closest to me there with a lot of years of lactation. And so nice group there in second. Our group in third over our group in fourth. Closer placing, we have some older does here. And then over some younger does where we have some yearlings and real consistent set there, and length of body, length of bone, body capacity overall just a little bit more, but nice range of ages here, yearling all the way up to a 10-year-old. And so looking at these does, the quality of the mammary systems, the shape of the mammary systems, a little bit more strength here and structure overall in 4/5, 5/6. Today, a little more consistent set here in shape of mammary system, a little more fullness to some of the mammary systems. We have a doe who's milking through there in that group, and not quite showing all the same dairiness and cleanliness throughout, but really appreciate the strength on all of these does in the 6th place group, the strength of bone, the power that they have, hardworking does there, placing over 7. And then the 7th place group, a lot of femininity, flatness of bone, really appreciate the body style, the dairiness and openness on all of these does.
Alrighty, we are beginning our Nubian champion.
There you go. Sure.
Okay, back over here in ring one, then. These are best three females groups. And again, starting with our group here with our champion, and then the mammary systems in this group are really pulling them up today, combined with the dairy strength and flatness of bone. Consistency across the group. Second group over the third group, again, in mammary system, a little bit more capacity here on some of the does, and just a little bit more consistent set. Length of foreudder that I'm seeing, the dairiness on these does is beautiful here. 2 over 3, 3 over 4 body capacity, length, width, and depth, productivity in the mammary system. Some younger does here, placing over the group behind them. Just a little bit more bloom to the mammary systems today. Some high placing does in this group. Strong group there. Love the depth and angularity that we have here, placing over the group behind them. And then the flatness of bone here is to be commended in this group. I really love the dairiness and the profile that these does are showing.
Alrighty, our next group class in the Alpine ring is the senior get of sire. This will also be our tattoo check, so please have your papers with you for the senior get of sire. Oh, because then they know not to come in. We need our junior and reserve junior national champion Nubians to the ring, please. Again, we need our junior and reserve, our junior national champion and our reserve junior national champion to the ring, please. Alrighty, we are ready for our junior and reserve champions to the ring. With youth on standby.
Okay. Hey, these are Get of Sire groups. Some interesting groups here. You can really, we were talking about this yesterday in the Toggenburg show. You can really tell there's one sire a lot of times. The first group, maybe not quite all the same across the group in terms of consistency, but they're all really good. And so he did some really good things. Really like the body style in these does. There's some differences there in the styles a little bit on these does, but they all have long forerudders, a lot of capacity, a lot of attachment, the right kind of body style, and nice feet and legs on these does. So starting with them for that reason. And then 2 over 3, just a little bit more consistency here in body style, in strength throughout, length, width, and depth in these does, all the way across the group, a little more similar to each other in those ways. Some really nice individuals here. Our third group over a really young fourth group, just the length, width, and depth of these does, the lactations, a real similar set, though when you view them from the rear, a lot of capacity and visibility to the rear udders. Beautiful set of milking yearlings here. They're consistent with each other in type, lovely mammary systems, nice feet and legs on these does, and so just a real consistent set. A little more quality in the mammary systems than I have in 5, but older does here in the 5th group. Really like the angularity and depth and flatness of bone. Real striking does in appearance that catch your eye. Over the 6th place group, and then the 6th group, flat bone does, really open in their ribbing. Really appreciate the dairy strength all the way across.
Okay, so here we are with the formality.
a younger group to start with here, but the quality of mammary systems and similarity here in the two does and their dairy strength, the quality of the mammary system, shape of mammary system, placement of teats on the udder floor. Nice group to start there. Lovely group here in second. Really like the frame on these does, the length, width, and depth and power. They're more similar to each other in type. We see more of the same qualities in the dam and the daughter in 2/3. Two nice does here in 3, but they're not as similar to each other, and some differences there in udder shape and just not quite the same, but both really nice does, length, width, and depth here in 3 over the less mature kind of does here in 4, but lovely body style in these does, upstandingness. They're eye-catching does, placing over the does behind them, just showing advantage in general appearance today, but I really appreciate the consistency here on these does and the depth of body and the shape of mammary system. The feet and legs on these does are consistent with each other in type.
First place youth, please come into the ring. First place youth, please come into the ring for our yearlings.
These are mother-daughter groups. A nice group to start with here. We have an aged doe and then her beautiful daughter. A lot of years of productivity here, strength in mammary systems, beautiful feet and legs on these does. So nice mature group there to start with. And then we have our champion and her daughter maintaining consistency there in mammary system as a group. They're a little stronger in mammary system, a little more similar to each other, especially in the way that they're appearing for us here today. But beautiful general appearance there in 3, just seeing more consistency in type in the mother and the daughter, more similarity in shape of mammary system. A group in 4 where I like the individuals, but they really don't look as much alike. And so not quite the consistency, and I'm not seeing the traits kind of the same. I would not have guessed that they were a dam and daughter, even though I like both animals a lot. And so just an interesting dam and daughter there. But as a group, just overall quality, capacity in the mammary systems, capacity in the bodies, over 5, 5 over 6. In general appearance, strength of top line, just more stylish does here, a little bit more strength to feet and legs, and then 6 over 7, dairy strength, depth of body, showing a little bit more capacity again, a little more similar to each other in type. But I like the smoothness of blending and just the overall general appearance on these does. Really well put together does that are just really solid. Thank you.
Just as we had in our regular open
to Mickey Colfax. 5th place to Emily Thompson. And 6th place to Patsy Craig. Our senior dam and daughter class for the Alpine show. 1st place goes to Harmony Alpines. 2nd place to Mickey Colfax. 3rd place to Ed Jadlowski. 4th place, again to Harmony Alpines. 5th place to Hope Hitch. 6th place to Patsy Craig. And 7th place to Truett Lore. And our last group class for the Alpine show was the senior produce of dam. 1st place goes to Mickey Colfax. 2nd place to Harmony Alpines. 3rd place to Harmony Alpines. 4th place to Emily Thompson. And 5th place to Francis Lore. Congratulations on all of your wins. Alpine exhibitors, this is your 3-minute call if you had a 1st or 2nd place udder in the Alpine Senior Show. Again, this is your 3-minute call if you had a 1st or 2nd place udder in the Senior Doe Show.
Okay, all right. Okay, so in our best 3, we're going to go 1 over 2.
So these does are still full out here. Our first line still full, and we have our second place udders there. We are evaluating these does to determine which does we want to go ahead and milk out, so we can look at them further after that. And so as we look down the line here, really strong mammary systems all here in the first line. They're all really similar to each other all the way through here. Some small differences, but just a lot of productivity in all these. So really happy with the amount of capacity that we have in attachment. So we look down the line here, we're going to have the aged doe milk, 5 and 6 year old, and then the 3-year-old. And so we'll have those 3 does milk, and then all of the other does. We really appreciate you bringing them back, especially here late in the show. Beautiful mammary systems on these does, but we're going to consider those 3 for best udder. Thank you. Hey, this is our Alpine Best Udder class. We have our aged doe, our 5 and 6-year-old, and then our 3-year-old milked out here, and they've all milked out very well. So that's not really going to be the basis for the placing. We're going to stay with our champion as Best Udder today. That was really her strength, is one of her strengths, but really in the line, she had the best udder in the line up there. And we do have another doe here that's moved into the line who wasn't in our champion lineup, and then also our aged doe here. But the mammary systems here just phenomenal. We're actually going to go down to the 3-year-old. I'm going to go down to the 3-year-old for reserve best udder. Just looking at the mammary systems, the smoothness of blending of the rear udder is a little bit stronger. The shape of the rear udder is very similar mammary system to our champion from today. Just the overall arch and attachment and capacity. Certainly very much appreciate this doe all the way around and her mammary system and the years of productive life that she's had and the beautiful forudder on this doe, and want to recognize her for that. But we are going to use these 2 does today as best udder and reserve best udder. Thank you so much.